we on now? Okay, it's 6 o'clock. Let's call this meeting to order. Ty, would you mind lead us in the pledge, please? Thank you, Ty. Roll call, please.
President Griffin,
Here.
Director Boyd,
Here.
Director Cordell, Director Ratora,
Here.
Vice President Saint Amant.
Here.
Thank you. Item 4, posting of the agenda declaration.
The agenda for tonight's regular board meeting was posted on Friday, November 5th, 2021.
Thank you. Item 5, any conflicts of interest to declare?
None for Boyd.
None for Ratora.
Cordell, no.
I don't have any conflict of interest, but that being said, I am employed by the federal government. However, any opinions I express tonight are my opinions and my opinions alone, who do not necessarily reflect those of my employer or the other members of the board of directors.
Thank you, and I have no conflicts. Item 6, public comments. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the board on any matter not on the agenda and over which the board has jurisdiction. However, no action may be taken by the board of directors on any item not appearing on the agenda. Non-agenda speakers are asked to limit their presentation to 5 minutes. Public questions and comments on items listed on the agenda will be accepted at any time the item is brought forth for consideration by the board. When you're recognized by the chairperson, please state your name and address for the record. Do we have any public comment?
I don't hear myself.
I don't hear you.
Hello? Okay, I just got to swallow it again, right? Okay. All right, this is Mike Neal. You can tell me if this is actually better to be held for the GA thing. Recent article in the DI on October 27th, just a short little blip, nothing further has come out. I'll just read it here. It says the Daily Independent learned yesterday legal action will be filed as soon as Friday to cease pumping of water to Searles Valley Minerals and Mojave Pistachio.
If you would not mind, I would rather do that during the GA part so we could comment back in case anybody had a comment, because we cannot.
Gotcha, because
And
I
it is
actually have a
listed on the
question.
agenda.
Okay, and then I have a question about the adjudication suits. Should I save that for the end too?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I'll get on to my last one. The GA fees, I went ahead and calculated the percentage difference in the GA fee in my latest water bill last month. I paid $38.62 for water. I'm paying $56.26 for the GA fee. That represents 145% of my water charge. So what I had to say about that is I think it's high time that the district took steps to become the Valley's GA. It can be done. I've explained that several emails to you guys. I haven't hit it lately, but this kind of stuff right here and the foolishness we're going to talk about the GA's thinking about on Wednesday coming up is just actually some of their actions are beyond belief. I mean, it's hard to think that people of good sense would even pursue some of the things or do some of the things that they're actually doing, and to have to pay these kind of fees, and this hits every single district water user you guys are serving. It is just highly objectionable. And so once again, I pay this fee under the highest protest.
Mr. Neal, before you leave, could you give me the amounts again, what your water was and what the fee was, so I didn't
Okay.
get it?
A charge for water, just the water charge, was $38.62.
Thank you. And what was the fee?
The GA fee was $66.26.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, do we have any other further public comment?
Judy Decker. I would like to comment on what Mr. Neal said. The water bill is broken down into your water usage, the GA fees, but it also has fixed charges on there that are charged by the water district. There's an arsenic fee, and there is, I forget what you call it, but it's basically the fee for your infrastructure in operations. And I question his numbers, not that I don't believe they're correct. I think they're incomplete. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Any other public comment? Do we have a call on the line?
We have 3 calls online right now.
Okay.
I don't know who they are.
Okay, caller, if you can hear, go ahead. Please state your name.
This is David Scriven with Krieger and Stewart. I'm just here to answer questions on several of the items on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Chuck Krieger from Krieger and Stewart, also on the phone for the various agenda items.
And this is number 3, Tim Parker, as well, on the phone for agenda items.
Well, thank you, all 3 of you, for clarifying for us. Okay, any other public comment? Okay, we'll move forward off of that. Before we go on to item 7, as a board, we would like to wish our legal speedy recovery, and we wish the best for Jim Worth. You'll notice he's not with us tonight, so prayers are up for Jim Worth. Item 7, current business and committee reports, consent calendar, approval of board meeting minutes and accounts payable disbursements. I'd be looking for a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Okay, motion carries. Item B, Plant and Equipment Committee. Pacific Hydrotech, acceptance of contract. Renee, are you doing that one?
I will do that one, yes. So in your packet is a memo from Bill Huffman with Krieger and Stewart. We're recommending acceptance of the contract work performed by Pacific Hydrotech for the pumping plant at Well 35. It was substantially complete on March 31st, being that we did startup and commissioning, we were able to start using the well. And then there were punch list items that need to be finished. The only thing outstanding right now is the O&M manuals that we should be getting soon. There were a number of change orders. Some were small, some were zero, some were credit to the district. All in all, the change order amount was $59,661.21, which is a little under 3% of the total contract amount. So the final adjusted contract amount was $2,013,561.21. And we are recommending that the district accept the work. Once the board accepts the work, the notice of completion will be filed. And then following the lien period, the district will make final payment of their retention, which is around $100,000.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this item before we bring it to the board? Okay. We'll bring us to the board for any discussions and then look for a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve. I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote. Okay, move on to item C, the Admin Exec Committee. Unanticipated use claim, Thomas and Beverly Johnson, 1663 South China Lake Boulevard. Don, are you gonna handle that?
Sure, I'll start off. Mr. Johnson is here in the audience. Give you a little timeline, if you will, of how this claim came about. On January 11th of this year, a voice alert from WaterSmart was sent to the Johnsons, and it's documented on WaterSmart that alert was received. Fast forward to July 3rd. There's some documents in your packet that will show you that the water use over between January and July continued to be very high, resulting in high bills. On July 4th, the July 4th weekend, on July 3rd, Mr. Johnson called in after hours. Our standby person responded and was able to document that the leak was on the customer side. There were several attempts made to call the number from which that report was received, but however, there was no answer. So a door hanger was left on the property. On July 6th, customer accounts did make contact with Mrs. Johnson and notified her that there was a leak on the customer side, excuse me. Another voice leak alert from WaterSmart was generated on July 8th, and it was documented that was received. The leak was stopped finally on July 15th. On August 8th, the Johnson submitted an unanticipated use claim. Staff looked at that claim, and that claim was denied based on policy, and I'll read you the specific part of the policy. When a customer presents satisfactory evidence that high water consumption on their premises resulted from an unanticipated loss for reasons including but not limited to leakage, theft, or vandalism, and that reasonably prompt repairs or other remedial actions were taken after discovery, an allowance may be granted at the discretion of the general manager or his designee. And again, you can see by the graphs in front of you that the leak went from January until July, over 6 months. So based on that fact and the current policy, we followed policy and denied the claim. Mr. Johnson has since written a letter that I believe went to the board members and has tried to explain his position. He's here, and we can give him an opportunity to appeal.
Okay, thank you. I had a few questions. I read through the letter, Mr. Johnson, and in your letter, I did read that you weren't sure if somebody from the district showed up on the 4th of July, I believe it was. Was that the date? Is that correct, or were you aware that they did?
We didn't get any communication from the water district. I don't know why, but we didn't. No, we did not receive any communication.
Okay, because that was the only thing that was puzzling me, because when I read the unanticipated use claim, that it looked like it was filled out by either you or your wife. It said that the district did come on that day and informed that it was not on the district side, it was on the customer side. So that's what I was trying to clarify. So I wanted to make sure that we did make communication with you on that day. And it appeared that on one form we did, on one form that you filled out, it said we didn't. So that's what I wanted.
As we said, we tried to return the call from where that, called that number from where the report came, and there was no answer. So a door hanger was left. We did reach out, and then, of course, on the following the 4th of July holiday on the 6th, we did finally make contact with Mrs. Johnson, informed her that it was on their side.
Okay, and then also I see that the leak started in January. It looks like it was a smaller leak, and then it progressed up, and then I seen the stop sign was installed. And did that have anything to do with it at all? It appears that the city said it did not, but
If you look at the pictures, that's where the water was coming up and going in the gutter down the street towards Ridgecrest.
And what is the total amount of the bill? Are we allowed to ask that question?
The credit is what, $232, something like that? Yeah. I will point out that Mr. Johnson did reach out to Mayor Bruin to get a response, because he was assuming that the installation of and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the installation of the stop sign and street sign contacted his service line and created the leak. So the city did respond and dug it up, and what they found was that a joint on the pipe had just come unglued. It had nothing to do with the signs being installed.
I saw the pipe. It was broken. It was crushed. I know they said that they didn't do it, but it's a res ipsa loquitur thing. They drove a pipe into the ground and crushed, a steel sign post, and it came close enough to the pipe that it crushed it, and it leaked for a long time, and then the ground got boggy, and then I started noticing that it was welling up and going into the street. And I contacted the city, and to no avail, because I couldn't take their stop sign down, and I told the mayor, I would like to stop this, I would like to fix this, but my hands are tied. I've called the water district, I've called the city, nothing is being done, and the water is just running into the street.
What was the approximate date that the signpost was put in?
I think in March, I tried to get that information from the city, but they didn't respond. I think it was February, March, that time frame, and it may have been leaking for a long time before it presented itself. But if you look at the usage chart, things started going up, and I have this information for you if you want to see it. The usage.
That's in the packet. It's in their
Was
packet.
it? Okay,
We just
good.
didn't have the dollar amount.
Yeah, it started in January, February, it just kept increasing until May and June. And then when it was brought to the attention of the city and they came out and they fixed that pipe, then it returned to normal afterwards. So I think it's pretty much obvious where the leak was.
What's the nature of the business at the address?
What's that?
Is this a business address?
Yes, it's
What's
B-
the nature of the business?
B. Johnson Tax Service.
So you're not there year-round?
During tax season, she has 2 tax seasons. She has the first tax season and then the season that people get extensions. So she's there until October. But she starts in January.
Thank you.
Sorry, you say the city came and dug up the stop sign, found the pipe, which they say was a bad joint,
Right.
and that after they did something to it which caused the leak to stop, is that right?
They put a connector in there and fitted it out. And then
Okay.
the leak stopped and the water usage went down. So I think the mystery was solved after that.
At what date, when was that roughly? Roughly what date did they come and fix their stop sign?
After the 4th of July, that's
Okay.
when this thing really came to a head. And finally, I got through to the mayor and he sent his people out there. Earlier in the year, I had called the city about this, and the Public Works representative called me back and said, not to worry, the water district is gonna take care of this. But that didn't happen. The ball got kicked back and forth down the street, and I tried to do something about it, but I couldn't find what the problem was until it really started to come up out of the ground there. And then I couldn't take the sign out and repair it, but I thank the city for doing that. I feel bad about the water usage, obviously. I feel bad for my wife because she doesn't make a lot of money doing taxes, but and this really came as a hardship to her business.
Right, any other board comments?
So, Don, did you say the excess bill came to what, 232?
The credit would be 232. I would just question, this is a business, which I would assume there's not much water use in a business like that. And
No.
when you compare from January to July of the previous year, I mean, the bills were more than 3 times what they were, and yet this went on for 6 months. It just seems like it should have been a clue when you were continuing
Well,
to get bills that high.
I
There's
was
something
doing
going on.
everything I could to figure it out. I called the water district. They came out. Initially, they said, there's no big deal. There's a minimal water wastage. And then it kept getting bigger. And I looked around the property. I found a sprinkler that was leaking, capped that off, and then it still continued. I went around and turned off every single landscaping valve, and it still didn't do anything. And I went around and tried to find any areas where water might have been welling up until it finally appeared there by the stop sign, the newly installed stop sign. And that's when I started calling the city, and they finally responded after the 4th of July and fixed it. And then the water usage returned to normal.
Well, I'll assure the board if that is indeed what happened, that one of our staff went there and told Mr. Johnson that he has a leak, and it's not a big deal. I'm disappointed if that did happen, and that shouldn't happen. I can't imagine one of our employees would tell a customer, you have a leak, but it's not a big deal.
Well, I saw that the meter was moving without any water being on.
Mm-hmm.
So I called somebody, and the representative came out and he said, it's not very much, it's not a big deal. So I didn't consider it a big deal until the bill started going way up, and my wife said, something's wrong here. We're using a lot of water.
So the 232, that does not include groundwater authority charges, is that right?
No,
It does not include groundwater authority charges.
it does not.
Okay, thank you.
No, you said it was a credit, Don, for 232. What's that mean? Is it his bill or does he have a credit now?
I assume he's paid it.
You know, that he would receive from his bill, there's a $200 limit on applying for an unanticipated use claim. You have to have a minimum of $200. His comes to $232. That would be his credit back to him
Okay.
based on the water use,
And he paid
not
regularly?
including
So
the
he's already
groundwater
paid the
authority
bill
fees.
then, is that correct?
Bills have been paid, correct, Ty? Yeah.
I believe so.
Any public comment on this?
Ty may have something to add as well. You might check with him.
All right, those Mike Neal. I mean, you don't have to listen to this very long to realize that the city broke the water line. I mean, that water line didn't just, get real nervous because they put in the stop sign, decided to break on its own. So I think the water district credits this gentleman, send the bill to the city, let them pay for it because they broke the line. It's pretty obvious.
Well, according to the Public Works Director, who was there when it was dug up, it was a joint that came unglued.
Mm.
That's all I was told.
Any other public comment? Okay, anybody else have anything to add? I have a few, but.
I would like to get some clarification on it appears that the leak started early January. And when did you say that the city actually moved a stop sign? Is that correct, to keep it away from a tree or something like that?
Right, the stop sign was apparently not visual enough to people stopping there at the corner. So they wanted me to trim the trees back, I did, and then they moved it a foot closer to the sidewalk or to the curb so that people could see it better. And then they installed that new post and mounted the stop sign on that. And after that, that's when the water usage went up. And water usage went down when they fixed the pipe underneath the
And, and could you clarify that there's a difference between a pipe coming loose and it being cracked,
It was broken,
broken?
yeah.
Okay, and can you explain, again, the timing? What I'm trying to do is clarify, did it start when the city moved the sign, or did it start a month before the city moved the sign?
I think what we have is two leaks here, because, as I said, when the water usage began to go up, I looked around and I found an Orbit sprinkler head that water was coming out of the siphon, the siphon part. So I turned the water off, cut it with a hacksaw, capped off both ends, and then started up. I thought that surely will fix the problem. But then somewhere in the interim, this other leak started, because there were definitely two leaks. There was a leak at the faucet, at the sprinkler head, and then there was a leak under the ground where the city had put the stop sign in. So I think they overlapped each other, and that's why it started gradually, and then it got to be a big deal when the sign went in.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, just, do you know how the pole was installed?
It doesn't look like,
Did they dig a hole and put a pole in, or
I
did they
don't think
ram
so,
it?
because
ram it into the dirt?
there's landscaping there, there's 8 mil black plastic, and then there's green rocks on top. And it doesn't look like they pulled anything back and dug a hole and put it back. It just looks like this thing got jammed into the ground.
Do you guys know how, being in the construction
They-
industry,
they
do you know
could've-
how?
They could have driven it in or dug it.
Depends on the
A
pole.
lot of them have snap-offs, but that would have been existing,
Yeah.
already in place, so.
I noticed the pole has a whole bunch of holes in it, like an erector.
Well, and that's how you would,
So
they're made, so if they snap off, then you can cut it, put another bolt in the hole that's lower, or you can elevate and
It would just
raise
make
and
me
lower.
think that it would have, stress, it would be, if you tried to jam it in the ground,
It would tweak.
would it be strong enough to to sustain its rigidity by that kind of installation there.
They do drive them in.
They would drive a sleeve in first, is what they would drive in.
Oh, all right.
And then put that inside the sleeve so they could change it in and out if they
Okay.
had to change it, or if they had to remove it if something was turned in a corner, so they can pull them out. That's how they're usually made.
I think, have we ever had a 6-month leak go that long?
Not in the almost 10 years I've been here, but I can't speak before that.
Well, I'd say from a policy standpoint, my opinion is that Don's decision was correct from a policy standpoint. But given that this is new territory and there seems to be an effort to find and fix the leak, that I would be inclined to forgive the $232.
And that would be my inclination also. I could see a leak being there. I think the staff followed policy exactly right. I mean, that's why we have a policy in place. But I have had a leak at my house, and PVC does leak at a coupling, and if it starts leaking, it'll slowly leak, and then it'll get worse, and then it'll blow apart.
I had the same problem at my house.
And so you can't find it, especially if the soil's sugar sand below. It takes a while to surface, so I would be inclined to also do that. So if I have a motion, we can call for, in a second, we could call for a vote.
I'll move. Let me say that again. I'll move that we relieve the charge.
Okay, so we have a motion.
I'll second it.
A second, call for the vote. Okay, motion passes. Thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for paying your bill and staying on top of it. We appreciate that. Thank
Your
you.
bill weighs heavily on
It
that
weighs
decision.
heavily. Thank you.
Thank you.
You need anything more from me?
Nope, we're good, thank you.
That's your job.
Okay, item 7C, Admin Exec Committee, Association of California Water Agencies President and Vice President. We did not pick, we wanted the board to look at this at our meeting. So if you guys have a suggestion, I think Director Boyd is gonna attend that meeting. Right.
Yeah, last month when this was on the agenda, there were no biographies available, so they're in your packet now and you can consider.
Do they vote on these at the meeting, or is the
I
vote
believe they're gonna
before?
vote
You
after.
vote at the lunch, and I think on third, usually, well, I think it's changed up to either Wednesday, I think it's Wednesday will be the lunch, and you'll vote. They dismiss everybody except the delegates, and that's where you'll vote.
We have several weeks for any comments from the board, if you want me to carry those down with you. So it doesn't need to get resolved tonight, I guess is what I'm suggesting. I think
Should make a decision tonight.
Probably, we
Yeah.
should probably make the decision tonight.
You want your- my legal
If anybody has a
opinion.
recommendation,
Could we delegate the responsibility for deciding to Mal?
we can do that.
Mal, can we trust you with that responsibility?
You may meet
Oh.
somebody and talk to them, you know?
I got a
for the better
quarter.
feelings.
You got a quarter? All right. Well, that might be what it comes down to.
Okay, do we have any public comment on? Okay. Well, that would be my recommendation, is,
I think that'd be a good one, yeah.
I'll move
Seeing
that
I
we
don't know
delegate-
any of them.
Excellent idea.
I move we delegate the responsibility for selecting the Mal, since he is the delegate.
Second.
Third.
okay, call for the vote. Thank you for doing that for us, Director Boyd. Okay.
We're born great. Others have greatness thrust upon them.
Okay, item D, California Water and Wastewater Arrearage Payment Program. Ty, are you handling this?
Yeah, that's mine. So in September, the Department of Water Resources released their guidelines for or the State Water Board did, for the arrearage program, which essentially forgives any outstanding balances from services between 3/4 of 2020 through 6/15 of 2021. This is all done through the America Recovery Plan Act, with money that was given to the state. The only caveat is on those late fee, or is the late fees that we would have to write off. for any late fees that apply to the accounts we're applying for reimbursement for. So we went ahead and compiled the numbers just to give you guys an idea of what the numbers look like, and then we'll wait for your blessing on which way to go on this. But for the past due reimbursement, we'd be asking the state for $92,145.44. We can request up to a 3% administrative reimbursement for compiling this and submitting it, which would come out to $2,764.36. We would be writing off $65,420.79 in late fees. The total accounts, there's 156 accounts that qualify for this. 151 of them are residential and the other 5 are commercial. 82 of those accounts had balances prior to the pandemic. And 156 of them, if this money was received, would still have outstanding balances on their accounts. So now it's we've done all the work, we've put the numbers together. It's up to the board to let us know which way you want us to go with this.
So, quick question.
So really, your choice is, do you want to get the 95,000 or whatever it is from the state? Solid, that's money that we can get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or do you want to refuse it and take a chance on recovering everything, including the late fees?
Yes, so, Rick, go ahead, Well.
Oh, I was just going to say, in trying to if we chose not to apply for this, then we're looking at involving a long, tedious collection process that if we started that and there was a state program that could make those bills go away, are we setting ourselves up for a suit?
Right.
For not taking the action that we could take to make some of the,
That you'd probably have to ask legal counsel.
yeah. And he's currently asleep.
But currently, our process to collect is when it's an active account, we had the ability to shut off
Right.
the water.
Okay.
We don't have that now. So it would be going to a collection agency. Anything they recover, they keep about 50%. So,
So if we accept the state's offer, we're getting better than 50% back. That seems pretty clear.
yeah.
Well, the total, total that we're owed right now is like 248,000 or something.
But that covers through current date. That doesn't.
Right.
This ends on June 15th of
Okay.
21.
Yeah,
So
it's-
that's the difference. We have the current. I'm just gonna play devil's advocate because I'm against this 100%. We just looked at a gentleman's bill to give him a $200 credit that paid his bill on time, the whole time. And if he wouldn't have paid his bill, we'd have just waived his bill in entirety if we voted for this. But yet, the gentleman paid his bill, and he did what he was supposed to do. And then we're gonna look at saying, okay, we're just gonna let all these people that decided to not pay their bills because of COVID was going on, because they knew they wouldn't get turned off. We're gonna reward them and say, here you go, now you're gonna get a free bill for a year's worth of water. I cannot consciously do that and vote on that for that. And to say the district's gonna lose $65,000 because it would not be my idea that we turned them over to collections. Because when we did turn them over to collections, I understand that they will take a percentage, but when the mandates are lifted, they'll either pay their water bill, work out a payment plan, or they'll get shut off. So they're gonna pay their bill inevitably because they did prior to this. And unless they have an extenuated circumstance, then, we can work one-on-one. But to just say, here's all you 180 people that didn't pay your bills for the whole time, you got off free. I disagree with that. So that's my opinion.
Do we have to apply for, if we apply at all, do we have to apply for everything that's in arrears?
Yeah, everything within that time period.
I mean, okay, so we couldn't have a way of looking at each of the accounts and decide which ones actually were due to hardships and others that were just playing?
No, we can't do that.
Okay. So it's all or nothing.
Yeah.
But if a customer came to the meeting and said, hey, I really had a hardship, I'm having a hard time, during COVID, I lost my job, or I had this, then we could say, okay, well, let's work with them, one-on-one.
And we haven't received any of those on these accounts?
We send out notices both for, payment plans, so they stop accruing late fees, as well as if they're a tenant, they have the information to apply with the county for utility help. And we haven't gotten, we've gotten some payment plans, but as far as the utility help for tenants, we haven't received one request from the county for that, so.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Chuck.
Make a good argument.
That's my only, I just struggle with it when we just watched that gentleman, you know?
Okay.
So that's my opinion, but I'd like to hear if public has any comments, and then we'll bring it back for discussion with the board, then we'll vote.
Yes, Mike Neal again. I calculated the percentage of customers that you got here. You said 180. That's 1.5% of your customers that didn't pay the bills either over this whole period or some time in this period, or whatever the case may be. And I think this come up before, and I thought about it and addressed it. And you know, I've been around various things here. I watched tax initiatives that were attempted by the city, and heard from people who actually went out. I mean, these were small. The last one, the big fight over was actually a pretty small tax they were proposing, and I knew people who actually went out, knocked doors, and asked people, you know, well, what if they put in this, you know, $49 a year tax on you, or whatever? Well, there were people who told them, you know, they couldn't afford $10 more a month. There are people in this town, they don't live very far from here, that cannot afford, and you think about the time coincidence of what we're talking about, what's going on here, and the imposition of the GA fees, and the huge percentage for people who don't use much water, the GA fee is way more than my 145% of the water charge on their bill. And there's, well, you know, another whatever, you know, $10 per month for my water. There are some people there, you know, there are people out there living in this town that are going, I don't know how I can pay that. And so they thought, well, okay, I'm getting off easy. But once they found out, and probably, I dare say, some of them didn't even know that, you know, there was this moratorium on getting the water turned off if they didn't pay. So they just couldn't pay it. So they didn't pay it. They weren't trying to be bums or slackers. You know, granted, there's probably, you know, some small percentage that realized that they weren't going to be forced to pay, so they weren't going to pay. And some that were, I know for sure, were mad over the GA fee, so they just, you know, weren't smart and said, well, you know, I'll just pay everything except the GA fee, and send in a letter saying I'm not paying the GA. They just didn't pay anything. So I'd say that probably when you're only looking at 1.5% of the people involved here, that you probably actually got a lot more in that group of people, that 180 people, that really are having a problem with just paying the increased bills, the increased costs in the water bill, and just couldn't do it. And, you know, they're not trying to, you know, be slackers and just not pay. They're just trying to survive. And that's the reality of life for some people in this town.
Thank you, Mr. Neal.
May
Any
I-
other public comment? Okay, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board.
Yeah, may I get another clarification before we vote?
Absolutely.
Ty, when you presented this to us in our finance committee a month or so ago, I think I asked the question about what was the average of those different accounts, or the size of the water bill per customer per. Did you have, I think I did. I'm trying to remember if we had that number or not.
You talking about the amount from the period, the 3/4 to 6/15, or?
Yeah, for an individual customer that's in this category.
Yeah.
It's like $100 a month water bills, or were these, you know, larger water bills, or, sorry, don't mean to put you on the spot.
That's all right. I've got the numbers. I just have to calculate them. If I can find a calculator.
And while you're doing that, Ty, Mr. Neal brought up a point that I'd like to question. I don't believe this involves anybody that has not paid, they've paid their bill, just not the GA fee, that we're not including that, right?
Right, we're not
Okay.
including that. How many did I say there were? 158?
Need some milk, Ty?
So for the total period, which was how many months? That would be about 16 months. Let me divide it by that. About 62.50 per month
On average.
on average.
On average.
And so, does that reflect all of the charges that are on a normal bill, like GA fees and arsenic processing?
That's all the charges. That also includes, I believe that yeah, that's all those charges, no late fees included in that.
What would the business ones be?
Right.
Oh,
The total business ones?
And we did have some commercial interests that were.
I've got one for 1,361 total. 658, 640. 1,010, 2,600. I think that's it. 5.
Okay. No, that's,
I'd like to clarify one thing, does this or does this not include the GA fee?
It would include the GA fee as that's a service charge.
Yeah, okay. And one other thing, if we don't go for this free thing, people can still sign up for a contract to pay it over time.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
And-
we haven't ruled that out. Okay.
And they have the option to bring their hardship forward to
The board.
or to the staff to recommend to the board.
Well, there's also opportunities for help from the county. Right. So it's not free money, it's state taxes that are paid to cover these bills. It might be, there are going to be some people who are having a cash flow issue. I know the businesses, in particular, one business that just started up that had a problem paying their water bill. But they came to the water district and talked to them about, how they could handle that without getting shut off. So this also dredges up the, do we put in flow limiters on the lines of people who aren't paying? That probably needs to be resolved to give us some more strategies for covering these issues. So that not everybody is in dire straits. There's pandemic checks going out from the federal government. There's unemployment checks. Clearly, it's hurting them. But I'm concerned about letting the state get involved in paying people's bills off because I think that's really what they would like to do ultimately anyway. They talk about water being a right. Well, if it's a right, it means that somebody else has to deliver it to you for free. So there's an issue. It seems in the face of it, and it's always going to be presented that way, that this is doing public good, but at some point they're going to try to grow that. So.
I'd agree with David as far as what he said and Stan said and Ty, and everybody has had an opportunity to come in here and make arrangements to pay.
Yeah.
I don't really want to get involved in another state program. And then, it's not going to be around for the next people that really need it. It's going to be gone. So I'd vote to not do anything with it, with the state.
okay. Mr. Neal, I'm sorry, I already closed the public comment, so I can't open it back up, so.
I've got an offer for you. This isn't a comment necessarily. If you don't want to, take the money and try to get people to pay their bills, if there's some mostly private way that you can locate, identify somebody that's really having troubles, but more particularly maybe some elderly person that's having trouble paying their bill, I'll pay one of them.
I will too.
Appreciate it. I think I would too.
And I appreciate that. And I would be more than happy to help anybody out that needed help. But I just have an issue. Just like David said, it's not free money. It's money that we pay every time that we do a job or we pay our taxes at the end of the year, and I just struggle with it. So that's my opinion.
It's
And
painful, and we didn't cause the problem, and the people who are our ratepayers didn't cause the problem.
Is it possible that we could help people, facilitate people getting help from the county? Do we know what the chain of command or what the process is for getting that? Can we send that information out to people?
Yeah, we send it out to them. They have to contact directly the county.
Okay, so we have actually sent the information.
Yes.
already.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But we can't apply for them, as I remember
No,
correctly.
I
They have to
wasn't
apply on their own.
implying that we should or could or,
Now, Stan, I believe our staff has done a great job, and they've sent out letters, and they've tried to have people pay their bills and work out arrangements or whatever needed to be done. I think staff is willing to do. if somebody can make any amount of a payment, I think they're gonna work with them. And that's where it's at for
It
me,
sounds
so.
like a private citizen in town could figure out how to make those applications. They could help them out by helping them apply, but that's outside of our purview.
Okay, so I would be looking for a motion on which way you guys wanted to go.
I'll move that we forego applying to the state for their funding.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote. Okay, motion passes. Okay, move to item E.
What are you gonna do, Dave?
District 4 Tank Final Design Project. Renee?
Yeah, this is for the CEQA. I noticed that Dave was on the line. I wasn't sure if he was planning to present this or if he was on the line for something else. But I can do what I want. I'll present it, and then if he wants to add something, that's fine. So as you know, we're out to bid for this project. It's for replacing 2 tanks and building 2 new tanks. And we have filed, prepared a mitigated negative declaration for the project. And so what you are being asked to do at the board meeting tonight is to adopt the mitigated negative declaration and then to authorize staff to file the notice of determination with the state for that. And as usual, the possible issues have to do with biological resources and any maybe historical, archaeological, paleontological, kind of things that they might find when they dig around there. So those are the kind of items that are covered in the mitigation plan. And I can answer any questions or if Dave wants to add anything to that.
All right, thank you. Dave, did you want to add anything?
Sure. Just want to talk about the mitigation measures briefly.
Okay.
There's a specific mitigation measure for the C-zone reservoir where there is a silver cholla on site, a kind of cactus, and that's going to be protected in place. It's outside of the construction area anyway, so it's just a matter of putting some lath and tape on it and leaving it alone. There's a specific mitigation measure on the E-zone reservoir site, the college tank site, where the existing fencing has to be fitted with some hardware cloth to make it tortoise-proof. Mm-hmm. And all of the other mitigation measures involving cultural resources and discovery of human remains and paleontological resources and tribal resources are all standard mitigation measures that are put in place in case something happens to be discovered on site. There's also the standard tortoise mitigation measures that we put wherever tortoises might be encountered in terms of training the laborers, et cetera. So other than that, it's a fairly straightforward CEQA document.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Okay, open this to public comment first. Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll close it, bring it back to the board for any discussion.
Did I hear that silver cholla are protected?
Yeah.
That's a plant.
All cactus actually in California, except for saguaro and barrel cactus, are protected under. Let me get you the name of that statute. It is the California Desert Native Plant Act.
Okay.
And the exceptions, the saguaro and the barrel cactus, can be harvested with a permit. But all other cactus plants, native cactus plants, are protected.
Sweet Mother Mercy, do they know what the local nickname for that is, jumping cholla? Okay, thank you for the clarification.
I suspect you do.
Okay, any further discussion on this? Okay, we will be looking for a motion.
But that's to adopt the final mitigated negative declaration?
Negative declaration.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
is that a,
President Griffin,
Aye.
Director Boyd,
Aye.
Director Cordell,
Yes.
Director Rutora,
Aye.
Vice President St. Amant.
Aye, despite my reservations about the Silver Choya.
Okay, we'll move to item 2, board consideration to approve the Indian Wells Valley Water District 1.0 MGB zone tanks. You want to do that one too, Renee?
well, this is the same thing. This is the second item you need to do. This is authorizing staff to file the notice of determination
Okay.
for the project.
So we need to do another roll call for this item too, though, correct? Okay. Okay, any public comment on this one? Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it to the board. Any discussion and looking for a motion?
Also move. Going for a personal record tonight.
There you go.
Second.
Okay, call for the vote.
President Griffin,
Aye.
Director Boyd,
Aye.
Director Cordell,
Yes.
Director Rutora,
Aye.
Vice President St. Amant.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, item F, Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority. Report and discussion regarding the October 13th, 2021 meeting of the Indian Wells Valley Groundwater Authority. Stan, it's all of you.
Okay, well, as you said, we had a meeting on October 13th, and we've got another one coming up this Wednesday, November 10th. During the last meeting, the GA hired a bond counsel named Wolf Hansen to research bonding for the replenishment fee, and a status of that is on the agenda for this coming meeting. RGS, the GA Management Group, has selected the MIP fund accounting software for the GA. I have looked at an example of that software, and it appears to have considerable promise for a big improvement for where we're at right now. The 2020 audit still has not been completed, and it is not on the agenda for this coming Wednesday. Unfortunately, the 2022 budget is on the agenda, so we'll be doing the 2020 budget, 2022 budget before we have an audit for 2020. There was a new finance report format at the last meeting at October 13th. It actually was, in some areas, less informative than the prior format, which I did not like. I did get an email from the general manager indicating that that second format would be dropped, and a new format that uses the FY 2022 budget format will be adopted. So I'm eager to see what that's going to look like. Just one note on the replenishment fee that was brought up earlier by one of the citizens tonight. We will be contributing over $4 million, about $4.1 million for State Water Project Table A entitlement over the period of this year. And the public has the right to understand where that money is being spent. And right now, I can't honestly tell them where that is. So that's one thing I'm going to be working on. Last thing in the finance area, in terms of the budget, the FY 22 budget, which actually was required to be adopted 60 days before the start of the new FY, didn't get adopted on time, although it is up for review and adoption in the next meeting. I think I sent out an email today earlier asking for your inputs. The problem, of course, is that we don't have a copy of it yet, but we should be getting a copy very soon. And if you look at it, have an input, send it to me and Director St. Amant, if you would, so that we could enter that into the discussion. I'm not sure I'm ready to pass a multi-million-dollar budget on Wednesday that I haven't seen until Tuesday, regardless what's in it, but I still would appreciate your comments. In terms of activities, there is a annual report due come April of next year. I think as you all recall, the last 2 years, the report has gone out without any type of review by the TAC or the PAC or the public. I'm going to try very hard to see that change this year. I'm trying to get the TAC assigned to review the 2020 annual report to speed up the process, because I figure if we don't make comment on the 2020 report, the 2021 report's not going to be any different, and then we'll have to go through and kind of start all over again. So anyway, that's an ongoing effort. The transfer of the basin model to the GA custody is in process. The status is unclear. It is not on the agenda for the upcoming meeting. The Shallow Well Impact Program, I believe, the document that calls it out, tells what it is complete. There were major revisions done after the PAC reviewed it. I suggested that the PAC reviewed a second time based upon the significant amount of comment. I don't think that's going to happen. There are 2 recycled water efforts that are ongoing. One is a joint statement of work by the Groundwater Authority and the Water District. And that has been, my understanding, released to the TAC for review. The other effort that's going on is a wastewater facility history and plan that's being prepared. And I believe this is an enhancement of the recycled water program description that's in the GSP. And that has also been released to the TAC for review. The TAC had a meeting on the 23rd of September. That was the second one. There was also a third PAC meeting on the 28th. The second meeting basically talked about and discussed the communication and engagement plan, and I believe they're going to be putting out a report on that. And the last PAC meeting added a discussion about the draft schedule that is being prepared. So if anybody has an interest in what's going on with the schedule, if you would send comments again to Director St. Amand and myself, I'll make sure that those get introduced into the record. There have been no TAC meetings that I'm aware of, although there have been individual reports that have been sent out to individual TAC members that are being reviewed and comments sent in on, including 2 of the reports I mentioned just a couple minutes ago. So that's kind of where we are. Okay. So if you'd like to ask for questions.
Yeah, I want to open it up to the public first, and then we'll come back to the board. So the public has any comments on the Groundwater Authority, please come up.
Judy Decker. I'm speaking both as a private citizen, Vice President of the Eastern Kern Resource Conservation District Board, and as a member of the PAC. It is, excuse me, it is unclear to the public who is making decisions. They're spending money. There is virtually no discussion at the public board meetings of proposed projects and what they're going to do. I find this to be a grave concern. Stan, you said that by the time December rolls around next month, the Water District will have paid out $4.1 million. Is all of that replenishment fee money? You have also paid out pumping fee money, have you not? They never separate the two. If you don't like the budget, I strongly recommend you vote no. When you vote no and everybody else votes yes, that sends them a message, and they need a message. Their finance plan accountability is totally unrecognizable. You cannot figure out who's paying what the money is going for, anything. Who gives orders to Stetson? To me, it's unclear. I offer you these comments. I also offer you the comment about the last PAC meeting, because it was quite stressful from my point of view. Some members of the PAC wanted to take over the responsibility of the water district and put directions on one of the papers to be a handout that told how to figure out how much their replenishment fee was going to be every month. I was shocked that when I brought up, and I wrote it up for them, Don has a copy of it, that this was not appropriate to interfere with a government agency. Most of the PAC members didn't seem to understand that. And that leads me to think that maybe other board members that are on the GA board don't either. I find this of grave concern. If I, as a citizen, come down here and a customer come down here and talk to you because I don't understand my fees or whatever it is, I'm asking you as a board and as a staff. I have no right to tell you how you should present your bills or fees or whatever, except during public comment on that particular issue. I think you need to be aware of this, because I don't think the GA is going to go away very soon. It's very confusing to the public to have another government entity that they didn't vote for. Some of the members that are on that board are not even elected officials. They're staff members. So I wanted to bring this to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
You can ask.
How
I don't know
many,
if I can answer.
how many seats are vacant on PAC right now? Because that was a concern on PAC and TAC. So since you're there, do you know that?
Boy. There's supposed to be, I guess, there are 2 domestic well owner seats. They are full. There are 2 representatives from a public water agency. That is filled.
You're missing one large ag and one small ag.
Right. Pat Quist resigned in October. You have David Janik, who represents,
Business interests.
and there is another seat there. There is one large ag, it's Eddie M. Sand. There is a representative from a large mutual, which is the Inyokern CSD. Their sign is still up, but they have not come since we started meeting again, and I have read no comments from Mr. Carroll, who it is.
The Groundwater Authority agenda for this Wednesday's meeting, there is a action to approve a representative for a
Cyril's Valley.
severely disadvantaged community, Trona. The young lady has attended the last, not the last PAC meeting, but the PAC meeting before that, I believe,
Yes.
and was very involved in the discussions, and so she's applied to be a member.
She has a lot of education to
Yeah.
complete.
Well, Judy brought up a point that concerns me. So who is there representing the water district at the PAC meeting right now?
Me.
Just you, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And there are
He didn't
2
mean
custom,
just.
pardon me?
He meant you.
And
Well, I wanted to make sure, because I want to make sure that we're covered at that.
you are,
Well, I'll expand on Judy's comment about some members of the PAC wanting to using her words, take over responsibility of the water district. I argued, I thought very strongly for the fact that included in the communication engagement plan was a proposed calculation that shows what the average impact on our customers would be of the replenishment fee. And although the numbers used in the calculation were published numbers, I made the point that three of the numbers in the equation are variables and could very well change. And I believe it is very strongly, it is the water district's responsibility to communicate with our customers.
And that's
As we
what
did
I
with the-
tried to bring across strongly too, and that's what I wrote in the response to that, because I got put on a subcommittee with 2 other people, and that's what came out of the subcommittee, right, Don?
Right.
And,
And when I made the point when the replenishment fee was being considered before, it was even an act that the water district did publicize through newspaper articles, through messages on our bill, through our Facebook page, through our website, what the potential average impact would be on our average residential customer. So we have the information, and I think I do believe it's our duty and our responsibility to communicate to our customers what the impact of any fees that the GA adopts would be. It's not up to the groundwater authority to do that.
Correct.
right,
Well, we
absolutely.
appreciate that, Judy, very much that you and Don
You're
both did that.
welcome.
And then I have a couple more questions for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I've asked the question several times about the small pumpers, the shallow well mitigation. Are you guys discussing that at PAC as far as how much money has been put aside for that, or has money been put aside for that?
No, during the period, the 20 months where we did not meet publicly, we were sent things. And one of the things we were sent, although I didn't get it, but Don got it, so he sent it to me, kind of thing, was their draft shallow well mitigation plan. And I criticized it heavily. It basically had a plan whereby if your well went down and you needed help and you were going to go to the GA, you might have to wait as long as a year for the GA to review your case and rule on it. And David is on a well. Mallory is on a well. It's July and it's 120. You're going to wait a year for the GA to rule because you don't have any water coming out of your well? It was ridiculous. And I basically wrote that. After the board, the PAC committee made written comments, and they sent them to Stetson, we have not seen a final version of that, nor have we discussed it. And incidentally, one of the things that is on the GA committee for Wednesday is, and I won't have the wording right because I didn't read it that carefully, but it's got something to do with coming up with policies for overuse by domestic well owners. Mind you, domestic well owners, for the most part, don't have meters.
And nor can they be forced to put meters on their wells.
Nor does the GA have anything except a staff of 2, the general manager, Carol Kiefer Thomas, and April, however you pronounce her last name, Kegwin, that used to work here. They're going to go out and check out people's property. There's a lack of common sense. You don't put the cart before the horse and expect to get somewhere. Any more questions?
I have one more, and then I'm going to leave you alone, but I
I
appreciate
don't
your...
Chuck, I would like to add a little bit to what she said. I said in my point is, I had requested after the shallow well program what we were told were major changes. I said we should send it back out to the PAC so the PAC could review it one more time before it came up for a vote. And I was the only one on the board who was in favor of sending it back to the PAC.
That's correct.
So I doubt sincerely that the PAC will see it, and I think that's a terrible shame. But it won't happen.
It's just a concern of mine, and I want to see that get handled. So I'm very concerned about that, and I appreciate you guys working on that. Judy, are they working off of a schedule of values again, or a poem? Excuse me, that's what they call it. So,
No.
okay.
And the subcommittee, which I referred to, they did put something out at the last PAC meeting, and I hope you got a copy of it, Stan. I think I sent it to you, actually. They were told by David to visit some things again. And while we haven't met and one of our members has COVID, we all said the number one priority for the GA is to do a POAM or something like it so they can show not only the public, but themselves where they're spending their money and what they're spending it on and how much they're getting, where it's coming from. Are they getting it from all the proper people or not? Don't know. I don't think they know either. And if you want to know more about the domestic well owners, the head of it is sitting right over here,
Where?
right there.
Thank you. Sorry for putting you on the spot, but I just wanted to have a couple of questions, so appreciate that.
President Griffin, did you ask how much was in the mitigation?
Yeah, I was curious on the well mitigation, if they've.
Yeah, okay. Through September, I added up at $26,526. If I remember October's right, it was another $1,700, so we're up to about $28,200 roughly. And I'll add just a distinction that the chair of the PAC, Dave Janis, did make it clear that it's kind of a misnomer. What a POAM has a specific document, and what the PAC is asking for isn't using the term POAM isn't really appropriate. It's more of a, what do you call it? I guess a schedule, but
We call it a schedule of values in our.
yeah,
more
it made it
difficult
clear that
Takeoff, so,
we're just
yeah.
just to be clear, so that using the POAM is an inappropriate use of that term.
As long as we can tie the schedule to the budget, I'm good. I don't care what we call it.
Yeah, if you can build a schedule of values, it'd be very simple to go in and say, this is what we're doing this month, this is the cost, this is on when the target date is. Be very simple to build, but, Mr. Decker, go ahead.
Thanks for volunteering.
Who's volunteering?
According to Judy.
Don Decker. I think the confusion over a proper financial and programmatic plan, it has gone on so long that it is not just sloppiness. And the POAM, the terminology is actually a NAVAIR terminology, but it is used all over, and lots of private companies use the same acronym because it's derived from the same software, basically. And what it's doing for you that an ordinary financial program often isn't doing is that you can carry it to whatever level of detail you want and need, or not. For example, it's very useful to be able to look and discover who has actually been assigned to various tasks, and for a manager to realize that some particular person has been overloaded or not. The fact that we've gone on this long, 2.5 or 3 years, without basically any plan, actual physical plan or the financial plan that goes with it, it's a situation that's beyond description. It's completely irresponsible. In fact, given that it's public money, that's being spent here, one wonders just how far off the legal rails they are. None of the attorneys that I know have ever said anything publicly about this, however. The one thing I did want to really stand here and talk about just briefly is the essential review of the reports that go to DWR, and especially including the annual report. It absolutely needs to be looked at carefully by the two committees, but also by the board itself and the representatives that are there. The 2020 final report caught the board by surprise. It was already issued and sent to the state before the board had ever seen it. In fact, it was a month or so after that submission that any of us saw it. And it's a poorly written error. There are many errors made in it. The calculations that relate to where we are on our sustainability curve, the effort towards sustainability is all fouled up. So a junior person wrote that without any review at Stetson is what it appears. That absolutely needs to stop.
So the report was submitted to the state a month before the board saw it.
Mhm.
Is that common practice amongst
Well, that's
organizations of this type?
That's what I am pointing out. It's completely irregular. And it has the consequence of submitting something that, like this report, it was written in a rush. I think Stetson fouled up and didn't realize that it was something that was due, caught that ugly point on the calendar at the last minute, and out this thing came.
Okay.
It needs to be reviewed. I put myself a list of about 8 or 9 items that were TAC review items that were things like that final report that have also slipped through the cracks. And unfortunately, the TAC is small now. The number of people on the PAC who are contributing reports is limited too, by the way. It's a lot of work, and it's thankless, basically. So we have an issue of oversight. The board itself is not providing that oversight, and the new RGS general manager, it has no real understanding of any of the technical details, of course, but no understanding of the underlying flow of political pressures and so on. She's just an outsider. So a lot of these irregularities, I'm sure she would react to that, not even bothering to give the final report to the board for a review. She would see that as an irregularity, but a lot of these other things, maybe not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hack.
And the report is the board's product sent to the DWR. And when it goes out without the board seeing it, let alone approving it, obviously that's a possible sign for disaster, coming. And I'm kind of surprised that we haven't heard back from DWR about the fact that it wasn't approved before it was sent out.
Thank you, Stan.
Yeah, Mike Neal. So I want to rectify something first before I start. I want to thank the Deckers. Mr. Decker says this is a thankless job they're doing on the TAC. Well, I appreciate their efforts. We disagree on a few things about what ought to happen with the GA, but they are a voice of reason. They're highly intelligent and capable in this area, and God forbid if they weren't on the back of the TAC and at the meetings speaking up. I mean, it's bad enough as it is. I'm going to talk about that briefly, but I want to get back to what I let off here and deferred till now. This article in the Daily Independent, I just have one question, but I'm going to refresh you what it says. It said on October 27th, this was by John Watkins himself. The Daily Independent learned yesterday legal action will be filed as soon as Friday to cease pumping of water to Searles Valley Minerals in Mojave Pistachio. The enforcement filing actions, according to the Groundwater Legal Counsel, Jim Markham, that will probably happen in Orange County. He said that's what he anticipates. And then, of course, he's saying, well, the request will not include water for Trona or its residents. They're still claiming that Searles Valley can supply the domestic water, even though they have to shut it off to the plant. And that's obviously been a point of contention. So he said, filing's imminent. The hearing will be several months down the road. So, do we have any further info on that? That was just the one single article. News Review had nothing. Seemed like John Watkins got a privileged brief interview with Mr. Markham and printed this out, and that's all anybody knows. And anybody here know anything else on that?
Nothing in the News Review?
I didn't see it.
I only seen it also in the Daily Independent. I did not see it in the News Review.
Right, yeah, probably was, but since then, nothing.
Yeah,
either,
I read
so.
the article also. I don't know that we have any new, other than what we've seen in the newspaper also. I personally hope that does not happen, and I do not see how they could shut the water off and provide water to the citizens of Trona. So
We'll see, I guess. Okay, next legalese kind of stuff. Everybody's been awaiting the adjudication suit, and we were told we were going to have some workshops in September, and then, so now we're in November. What's going on with that? Any hints of having workshops and information put out on that?
I don't know what I'm allowed to answer without legal here, so I'm just going to answer you. We are planning on having a workshop. We wanted to have one prior to Thanksgiving, but we are not going to be able to do that with the holiday. So we're hoping the week after Thanksgiving, we'll have a first workshop where there was some changes made in the courts, and so we had to put that off until everything gets handled, and then we are going to have workshops. We want to make sure the public's very informed of what we're doing.
Okay. Well, those will be recorded, because I may not be here when you're finally getting around to it.
I didn't hear you, Mike.
Will those be recorded when they're held, or as a normal meeting that gets recorded like these do?
We anticipate having the meeting somewhere other than this location because we hope it's packed.
Oh,
So
okay.
we hope that somebody will record it. Maybe we'll talk with Mr. Hawker or somebody like that to have it recorded, but we would like to have it
Have it at City Hall.
in a large
And we'll run
location.
it. Okay, good. All right. Okay, I'd just like to say, hear very heartily to every single thing Judy Decker had to say, Mr. Decker had to say. And it's sad, it's really sad. What you hear from these active participants, knowledgeable people, is the story of an ineffective, outside of Mr. Rotorua himself, in my opinion, incompetent board and staff. Judy talked about, it looks like these guys are just, they don't even know what's going on. They're not informed. Well, I tell you my opinion of who's running the show. It's the lawyers back behind the scenes. And probably, the guy from Stetson, and they put the agenda together, and outside of Mr. Rotorua, nobody else has any questions. They just rubber stamp whatever's put on the agenda. You can just I can barely stand, I can't stand to go to the meetings because they'll probably end up throwing me out because I'm just gonna, explode at them or something. So, I watch them at home and keep from trying to, throw things at the TV screen. But it's ridiculous to have these guys charging us all of this money and watch this obvious, what's worse is this lack of even caring to try to do better, or lack of caring to try to actually represent people. They know how people in this valley feel about what they're doing and the replenishment fee that they're charging them, and they show them very clearly they could care less. They could care less. And somebody it's like they're little puppets on a string being told, here's what you're gonna do in the meeting when it comes up, you know, and boom, boom, and don't worry about it, guys. We'll work all this behind the scenes for you. And I'm gonna tell you, knowing my experience with Phil Hall and Keith Lemieux, to think that they're running the show behind the scenes just is one of the worst thoughts I can come up with in my mind as far as, you know, a supposed representative board being run by you know, persons like that. So let's give you some examples from their upcoming agenda. You know, they're going to approve $20,000, and this is, I think, probably every month to their general manager firm, which is a concern of, I think, all of two people, one of whom, the general manager lady, I know for a fact, she does this part-time, so they're getting almost $250,000 every year from us to pay a part-time general manager and a clerk to do, you know, whatever it is they do. And of course, another $50,000. Stetson Engineers has really cashed in on this deal, folks. I'm going to tell you that. They have raked in the dollars at our expense. And what are we getting? You know what we're getting. We're getting nothing. And as an example of getting nothing out of it, Ms. Decker talked about the shallow well mitigation program. Well, that's supposed to be to help the only class of people in this whole valley who really have a water problem. You know, people whose well's about to go dry on them or did go dry on them. Everybody else, they got functional wells. You guys get water to the water district court, you know, customers, that's probably 95% of water users in this valley. And you got some that got a problem, and they're not going to get any help from the GA. The GA's taking our money, stashing it in this fund, misusing it along with the replenishment fee and the pumping fee, but nobody's getting zilch out of it, zero. So that's the reason that I said earlier on, they're not going to go away. You know, there were calls to get an elected board well over a year ago when Gleason was still running the show, and he made this, you know, little mouth acquiescence to, you know, well, maybe we'll be form into an elected board someday. Well, that is not going to happen. Control needs to be taken away from them by legal means, and the water district is the only people here really know how to deal with water. The water district needs to expand its boundaries and become the GA, just like the city. The city is actually multiple agencies. I think there are about 4 different multiple agencies sitting there. You know, when they need to, they're even a housing authority, and I forget what else. But you could be the district and the GA both easily, and then people don't like what's going on, they can unelect you. You know, we can't kick those guys off the GA board. What if we get disgusted and kick Heyman off the board? We'll just turn around and put Eric Bruin on it. I mean, they're probably worse off, but, you know, no improvement is going to be had with this GA, with unelected, you know, I've said it, Ms. Decker said it numerous times, unelected GA board, because they're just sitting up on the high horse. They put themselves there, and they don't have to answer. And, you know, I've been cut off at least once during some of the meetings when I tried to point out some serious discrepancies of things that have been said by their staff people. And you know, oh, you can't speak again, sir. You know, oh, fine, let me speak, and then let him try to contradict me and lie about it, but I don't get to point it out. So that's how it works up there. So they really, really need to go.
Good evening. My name is Mike Sanat. So I've been spending, since I saw you last, hundreds of hours thinking, reading, researching. I've learned a lot that I didn't know 2 months ago. I'm sad because I see what's going on here. What Mr. Neal's talking about, the structure of the groundwater authority. You can't expect a supervisor from San Bernardino or from Inyo County or for Kern County to represent us or to know our geographic needs or community needs. This whole thing has been orchestrated by the Navy. If we want to blame it on anybody. This started many years ago. They produced the legal entry point at the Sacramento level. They even recorded a video. Miss Ostapak recorded a video in 2016 explaining exactly what they were going to do and expressing their water rights. They produced the poem. They've produced the model. And the entire plan is designed to bring water from, I understand, California City. That's not a geographic solution, and we have a geographic solution in this valley, and part of it starts with the boundary of our water basin. I don't know why, and I don't even want to ask. Maybe somebody knows. I wasn't available to help out at the beginning of this process, if you would call what I would be doing help. But our structure and our management area are rigged. And it has nothing to do with our water levels. It has everything to do with 20 years of project planning to bring water in for future growth. Inyo won't have anything to do with Indian Wells Valley growth. That's one of the reasons we're not looking at Rose Valley, and one of the reasons we're not getting any data from the Navy and COSO geothermal. Everybody knows that's where the water flows from. Even the perimeter of the basin should be drawn to the peaks of the mountains along the eastern Sierra, not these little jagged fingers going up the canyons. So the model themselves, the DRI model only looked at a specific small area of our basin. And I've looked at two reports, one in 1981 and I think the other one's in 1996. It says it's at least 33% of the water flowing into this basin comes from Rose Valley and the COSO area. COSO Geothermal is a water user. I think they have 64 wells spread out on quite a large area across the northern area of the watershed. We don't have any data how much water they use. We don't have really any, you know, it's models. It's based on things that you can't be sure of, drought conditions. I think you really need to start from scratch and forget, you know, we want to have a sustainable basin of water. And there's a way to tie it in here geographically if we can get the Navy's cooperation. And if the Navy would look at the water district just like it looks at COSO Geothermal as a business, we might be able to get something going. COSO Geothermal is a business. It's just sitting on Navy jurisdiction land and BLM jurisdiction land. It's really a Navy project, a profit project. So I don't know if that'll help, but having grown up here and dabbled a little bit in water and know the lay of the land, and I know the politics, I think Inyo and the Navy are the solution. And Kern County and the Navy should get together and figure out a way to take out the agriculture, trade them to some farms bring in the encroachment department, find a farm over on the east side of the mountains, add some water rights and do a trade. That solves half our usage problem. And with the water treatment facility, the tertiary treatment side of it with brackish water and geothermal water, and maybe some better models that show the true inflow into this valley, we might net out at zero around 12,000 to 14,000 acre feet a year. So this is a lot of crisis and we got to make this decision. If we're going to do this, I'd make a list of everything that's wrong with this groundwater authority and send it to the Department of Water Resources before they issue any kind of approval on the GSP. I don't know how they can with all the legal issues, but I think communicating directly to the Department of Water Resources, the deadline is January 1st or January 31st, and say, if we don't like the boundary, we don't like the structure, we want our watershed basin to be included in this study. So anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay, back to the board for any discussion.
When is the annual report due?
April 31st.
I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. When is it due to be presented to the board for review?
There is no schedule. I'm going to push for a review to the public for January 1. A lot of the data that needs to be just changed, goes into tables, and it's already formulated. They put new data in that they've gathered over the year. I know Dr. Decker has indicated there's some changes that need to be done, how they actually massage that data. That will take more time, but if we can get the review started earlier, we can get that done as well. But if we can't get the product actually out to the public, which would include obviously the TAC and the PAC by January 1, and there are substantive changes that need to be done, it can't get done between, if it doesn't get out until February 1, the review cycle is 2 or 3 weeks. You come up with any significant problems, you can't get changed before then, and it still has to go to the board. So I'm going to push for January 1. They should have actually been starting work on it before the end of the water year, which was September 31st, because a lot of that data was gathered during the year. They didn't have to wait. In fact, I don't know when they started, quite frankly, updating the report. But I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that it gets into the hands of the public, which obviously includes both the TAC and the PAC, and the public, and the board itself by January 1st.
Thank you.
And we should, I agree, we should have a schedule, and they should be working to a schedule. And obviously, once the process is given more detail and we have all of the other little issues resolved, it will be a pretty simple, not simple, it'll be a straightforward matter to put new data, into the document. Right now, I'm not sure we've got what I would call a good baseline, and I think Dr. Decker would agree.
Stan, is there any discussion on the wastewater? How is that going? Because I know it's very important for the district to work and try to make a partnership on this wastewater. So is there anything happening on that?
There is, like I said, the statement of work, I think, has been finished. The draft was put together by our people, our engineering staff, and then it was sent to Stetson. They've updated, and it is out for review to the TAC. There is also the second document, which I think is just an expansion of what was done for the GSP in terms of basically identifying and defining what needs to be done. I know that the schedule that was it was given as a draft to the PAC, did include a couple lines that were shown for wastewater recycling, but without a definition of what those lines mean and what the costs involved are. The scope of what's really being planned, you can't tell. So we go from month to month, basically with Stetson saying, well, this is what we did this month, and this is what we did. But I have no idea what they're gonna do 2 months or 3 months from now. So it's not being ignored. On the other hand, there's no plan, in terms of what I think of as a plan.
President Griffin, I might remind you, Chuck Krieger's on the phone. He might be able to give you an update on what the work with Stetson.
Chuck, that would be great. I'd forgotten you were there still. So if you could give us an update on what you have done so we can let the public know.
Well, Krieger and Stewart worked with Stetson to establish a scope of services for the study, and Stetson incorporated our suggestions, and we came up. They submitted a scope that we had participated in preparing, and they have commenced on the first phase of that scope, which was identifying or describing, I should say, and evaluating the quantity and quality of the effluent from the city's treatment plant, and sent that out requesting comments. As far as I know, I think the district provided, Tim Parker provided comments to the committee regarding that section, and I think that summarizes the latest as far as I know.
I think that the city's engineering firm actually provided a report that was actually part of our urban water master plan that addressed the quantities, qualities, and some of that stuff as well. So that's been included, is my understanding, in that report.
That's correct, Director. Provost and Pritchard prepared preliminary engineering analysis of the city's plant, and Stetson's Section 1 was largely cited information from Provost and Pritchard's document.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other comments from board members?
I just got a couple of little statements here. One of them is the shallow well mitigation with $28,000 in it. Do they realize?
If I might correct, I need to correct my statement. When I mentioned the $28,000, that is strictly from the portion of the replenishment fee that we have paid. Those that are in the transient pool are paying the $1,750 for the mitigation fee through the pumping fee. So I don't know what the total is in the account, but the number I threw out was just
what we paid.
Our number.
What we paid, yeah.
Okay.
And I think the budget called out 70,000.
And what I was
total.
trying to find out, Chuck, so you're aware, I wanted to know if that was itemized in an account to where we knew how much money was in there at the GA. If somebody called and said, hey, my well's got a problem, here's the funds to fix it so we can get going. Or if somebody's gonna be screwed and wait a year like Ms. Decker said, which I completely disagree with. So that's what I was trying to find out, was how much money does the GA have set aside for that fund? And that's why I've asked it every month for 3 or 4 months, because I'd like to know.
If you excuse me 1 second, just to clarify one little thing, is the first year, it was my belief that the intention was to spend that first 70,000 from that first year in terms of putting the program together, and it would be paid for to Stetson primarily to get the program going. And then the second year, they would start actually using that money to help mitigate wells that are going dry.
Okay. All right, thanks. Go ahead, Chuck. Sorry to interrupt you.
No big deal. Another thing, I know that we started in 2017 wanting financial statements from them. And we have never had a meaningful financial statement as of yet from the GA. The TAC and the PAC used to be very important groups of our district here. I'd come to some of the PAC meetings, there'd be 30 people in here, all these lined up here, and it was very interesting, a lot of meaningful conversation that I don't think they're listening to at all anymore. And we need to stop the open check situation. I don't know what we can do. Go for votes like we're talking about, to vote people on the board. You're going to get more people that are interested in what's going on in our city, where people live, than you are in Inyo County, Bakersfield. It's very important to get input from the citizens of Ridgecrest. I'm not running for re-election as of right now, but this is the way I really feel, and I have since December of 2017, when we got the GA started with the fund from the ratepayers. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board?
It's just discouraging that they don't seem to be able to get their accounting in order. And the fact that their report is 2 years overdue is also a little disconcerting.
Okay, and I would just like to comment to the public. Thank you for your comments tonight, and thank you everybody for waiting until we got to this item, because we could actually have a conversation with you. So thank you for that. Your work on the PAC and the TAC is noticed, and we do appreciate it. I hope the TAC fills back up, and like Chuck said, we've got to be taking the advice from the people here that know what's going on. So I would want to see that participation come back. But Mr. Decker, I did close the public comments, so we're going to move on to the next item at this point.
Before we move on, I've been notified, we need to revisit item E1. Apparently, we need to clarify the motion for the CEQA item. Dave Scriven is on, and he can describe it.
Okay, Dave, go ahead.
Okay, we're talking about item E2 here, where the staff recommendation was that the board approve the project and authorize staff to file a notice of determination and take any other actions necessary to comply with CEQA for the project. As I recall, the motion, the language of the motion was only that the board authorized staff to submit the notice of determination. So the critical language that the board approves the project was missing, and I would recommend that be included.
Could you read, this is Director Sainamon, could you repeat the language that you would prefer to see in that resolution?
Certainly. It's written in the staff recommendation, and it is that the board approve the Indian Wells Valley Water District 1.0 million gallon B zone, 1.0 million gallon C zone, 0.1 million gallon D zone, and 0.55 million gallon E zone reservoirs project, and authorize staff to file a notice of determination and take other actions necessary to comply with CEQA for the project.
An amendment to the previous motion, would that be sufficient, or will we need to have another vote as well?
If you can gain approval of the board for the amendment, that should be fine.
Okay, let's just amend it.
Yep, I'd like to move that we amend as the previous declaration, as according to the language that we have in our packet, which I can read if you would like.
I think you should read it that way.
That the board approve the Indian Wells Valley Water District 1.0 MGB zone, 1.0 MGC zone, 0.1 MGD zone, and 0.55 MGE zone reservoirs project, and authorizes staff to file a notice of determination and take other actions necessary to comply with CEQA for the project.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Second.
Second call for the vote. Roll call.
President Griffin.
Aye.
Director Boyd.
Aye.
Director Cordell.
Yes.
Director Ratora.
Aye.
Vice President Sainamon.
Aye.
Okay, we'll move forward to item G, General Manager and Staff Update.
Okay, as we always start off with a safety record, we're up to 191 days since the last recordable injury. As far as production, metered production at the wells for the month of October, 151,986,000 gallons. It's equivalent of 466.4 acre feet. The number that we report to the State Water Resources Control Board is a different number. That's actually the consumption. That's the water through the distribution system, non-revenue water. And that number is 181,197,300 gallons, 556.1 acre feet. And those results were reported to the State Water Board on October 3rd. Consumption for the month of October was down 28.8% compared to October of 2013, which is the baseline year that the state uses. The 20% conservation target that this board adopted back in June of 2016. Since that time, we've got a cumulative result of 22.9, so it bumped up 0.2 as a result of last month. Looking over the last 4 years, just as a comparison, it seems like October has always been a very good year compared to 2013. 2020 was 24.5% lower. 2019, 29.8% lower. 2018, 29.4% lower. And 2017, 25.5% lower. Residential gallons per capita per day, which is another number that we report to the state every month, 143.2. And again, that is both indoor and outdoor consumption. We had 6 new connections added during the month. That's brought to a total of 21 since current fiscal year, which began July 1st. And those 21 connections have contributed $131,766 in capital facility fees. Any questions on that portion? Okay, moving on. Public outreach. I did attend a community collaborative meeting on November 2nd. Among the things I reported on was that the district's fiscal year 2021 audit was in progress. Also that the 2020 general plan, we expected to have it ready for staff review in the latter part of December. And also report on the bid meetings for the 2 projects that were discussed earlier, the tank replacement and construction project, as well as the replacement of the booster station. I did mention that our consultants were developing an exploration program for the El Paso subbasin, which is an area that we have very little information on. And lastly, as far as public outreach, probably the biggest thing to report, we did staff a booth at the annual Petroglyph Festival this past weekend. And I mentioned before that's always been a very good outreach opportunity. And I think the sheer number of items that were distributed, the free giveaways, validates that claim. You got a report that Lauren sent out earlier, but just for everybody's benefit, the public included. Of course, there was not a Petroglyph Festival in 2020 due to COVID, but comparing to the last one, 2019, some of the items that we typically give away were the low-flow hose nozzles. In 2019, we gave away 350. This year, we gave away 600. Low-flow shower heads in 2019, 200. This year, 700. Moisture meters, 200 in 2019. In 2021, 250. Part of the increase may be because one of our staff members was telling people you use them to get the temperature of your turkey at Thanksgiving. So maybe that's why they did that. Water cups and bottles about the same, 450 versus 456 this year. The reusable bags for groceries and such, 300 in 2019, 360 this year. In addition, we gave away 150 at-home water audit kits, and it looks like we didn't have those available in 2019. 250 calendars, same number as 2019. 500 chip clips, magnetized chip clips, 200 last 2019. 150 approved plant lists compared to 100 in 2019. And lastly, 515 pocket hand sanitizers. So there's quite a run. Lauren and Amber were working on Saturday morning, and I came a bit later, but there's quite a run on items. We had to actually stop giving away some of them, so there would be items to give away on Sunday. So, but we did tell people to come by the water district, and if they needed something, we would have it available. So
I could use some chip clips. You got any left?
you can get one from Lauren. I do want to acknowledge the people that helped out. I said there was a very good turnout. We had Joe Rivera, John Swicka, Lauren, Amber Chapin, Diana Wynn, Anna Chavis, and Isabel Tejeda, and Sam Molina all assisted one way or another with the setup and tear down of the booth. And then we had Lauren, Joe Rivera, Amber Chapin, Diana Wynn, Anna Chavez, and Isabel Tejeda staffed the booth on Saturday and Sunday. So they put in some long hours and did a very good job. They were there to answer questions, and I think when I was there in the building, they did a very good job of really, as far as I heard, very few complaints, surprisingly. I think we were braced for all-out attack. It didn't really come to fruition. So we had a few people mention about rates and such, but that was expected. And we had prepared a handout in case there was questions on litigation. We had a handout based on the frequently asked questions document that's on our website. We prepared the handout. I don't think we handed out more than a few of those, probably just a handful. So it went very well. Good turnout.
Well, bravo to you and the staff.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you very much. We know we have a great staff.
Okay, if there's no questions on that, next item is the August 5th, 2021 Special Board Workshop, and that's an item, that action actually is the El Paso Sub-Basin Exploration. We've got a presentation. Tim Parker and Dave Scriven collaborated on this primarily. I think Tim is going to lead it off. So, Tim, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right.
So do you have a presentation to show?
We can see it on our screens.
Okay, good. So I'll just start by saying thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about this. And you'll see slide 1 has a title. And thanks for acknowledging Dave Scriven, who did most of the work on this. And I just helped fill in the gaps and do some figures. So I'll move on to slide 2. This is just really a location map to show you some of the features. And the El Paso area, as I think everybody knows, is basically the southwestern portion of the basin. And it's marked by a fault, or a couple of faults, I would say a fault zone that cuts across near where the 14 is on the top 14, basically south-southeast. And you'll see that in a subsequent figure. And this is groundwater basin 654, and in the northern part of the El Paso area, the surface topography slopes primarily to the northeast. This area also contains a few wells located mostly in the northern portion. One of the things to point out on the map is these darker brown areas are private property, the rest of it's federal. And you can see the highways, and the basin outline is in blue. And then there's some other features, Ridgecrest, Pearsonville, Leo Kern, China Lake areas. There's a boundary for the Naval Air Weapons Station. And then the green bordered areas are the Indian Wells Valley Water District jurisdiction. So now we'll go ahead and move to slide 3. And on this slide, just talking about the figure first. So now you see a little simpler slide. It just shows the El Paso area. And you can see these blue lines. These light blue lines, those are groundwater elevation contours, and you see they get real close together, and that's in the area of that fault zone. So the fault zone kind of helps back up those lines so that groundwater backs up there. I should say it doesn't flow through that area. It sort of seeps through that area. There is water going through it, but and we don't know how much or how quickly, but we know it's pretty slow, and that's anyway. And then you'll see a topographic divide. The green lines are topography, and we know there's a topographic divide there. One of the questions is there a groundwater divide there? If you look at the subsurface, you'll see if you've driven up Highway 14 through Red Rock Canyon, you see these beautiful dipping beds. They dip to the northwest. and those are consolidated beds. So we know in the subsurface that those beds could be potentially directing groundwater to the north, because groundwater typically takes the path of least resistance. So that's one of the points. We know there's a topographic divide. Is there a groundwater divide, and how is that affected by the subsurface features? And if so, where does the groundwater flow? What are the aquifer characteristics? What's the transmissivity? What is the storage coefficient, or storage storativity is the term that's typically used? And what about water quality? What we've seen in water quality is typically it's a pretty low TDS for the area, on the order of 200 to 250 milligrams per liter total dissolved solids. So those are some of the questions that we would like to answer. And one more feature you can see on here, I added fault lines. So the gray line is the Sierra Nevada frontal fault, and then the black lines are older faults. So with that, we'll move on to the next figure. And so let's talk a little bit about data gaps. So in the North El Paso area, there's many monitoring wells, and those are the blue dots with the sort of crosses in them, or a number of lines going through them. And then you have the orange dots are private wells that may not be completely accurately located, because they come from the Department of Water Resources Well Completion Reports database, which does not necessarily have very accurate well information. It's based on township range section, and unless they've got a really good map or coordinates, they typically place those at the middle of a section. So they could be off by a half a mile or upwards of close to a mile in terms of location. The other thing you see on this map is EP1, that red dot. That was the well that was installed by the Department of Water Resources through the Technical Support Services grant earlier this year. And that cost, apparently they paid the driller about $600,000 to drill that well. It went down to a depth of 1,500 feet, and the hole collapsed, the lower end of the hole collapsed, but we were able to get 3 screens in there, the deepest ones at 1,100 feet. The mid-El Paso area, only a few monitoring wells, and then there's nothing in the south. And so that is a bit of a data gap. So we can see that in this, and that was really the point of this slide. So moving to slide 5 now. So the general approach to exploring this area would be to try to get some of the low-hanging fruit first before expensive drilling propositions. And so there is some legacy seismic data available, and that is these orange lines on this map. And there is also, those are lines that were collected in 1982 and 1988. Then you'll also see to the north end of the basin, seismic line 9201. That was a line, that was a seismic survey that was completed by the Navy. And there's a bunch more lines, a much more dense number of lines over in the main part of the basin. And so the solid lines are the ones that we would propose to consider looking at in terms of actually using seismic line data to do some of the work to understand the basin. The other thing that's on this map, the yellow lines, are the aerial electromagnetic survey that was conducted in the basin a couple years ago to support the Brackish Water Project. And the spacing on that's pretty wide. It's 1 to 2 kilometers. You talk to some of the folks over in Denmark and people that are conducting the surveys here in the state, a better spacing is more on the order of 200 to 300 meters. And so then you can really start to see the changes in the lithology as you go from one line to another. So infill would be another part of the work that could be done. And then incorporating all that new data into a 3D hydrogeologic conceptual framework model that we have, and then updating the hydrogeologic framework to select 3 to 4 locations for exploratory drilling and actual aquifer testing. And the other thing we would do is recommend 2 to 3 monitoring locations in the southern half of the El Paso area that we would recommend to DWR for the TSS program to actually install. And then conducting the exploratory drilling program. So that's kind of an overview of the approach that we think would be the most cost-effective to do. I guess there's one other thing I should point out on this, and sorry for not doing this earlier. When we did the AEM survey and created this hydrogeologic conceptual framework, we found that there were some areas that were pretty coarse-grained looking in the resistivity measurements that come out of the AEM survey. And those are the green areas located on the map. And they appear to be coming off of the stream drainages, probably buried alluvial fans, something like that. So that's another point in this. And those are more favorable for exploratory drilling because you want to find more productive areas in order to better understand. Going on to slide 6 now. So seismic reflection line reprocessing, that's what we would be looking at. And what can seismic data tell us? It can tell us the depth to bedrock is something that we should be able to capture off this. We may also be able to see the depth to the consolidated sediment. That would be the Ricardo group and the Goler formation. And those are the 2 formations that you see daylighting when you go through Red Rock Canyon. We also should be able to identify the Black Mountain basalt flow. And this picture, by the way, is actually from one of the other seismic lines over in the main basin. And you can see that the basalt, that kind of tends to ring with the seismic work. They send a vibration into the ground, and then for reflection, they're measuring the reflected, basically, sonic waves coming off of that. And so the other thing would be identification of faults and potentially lithologic feature if the data quality permits. And so with the seismic work, you get more, you can see deeper than the AEM work. And I'll move now to the AEM work, which is slide 7. So what can the AEM surveys tell us? Type and thickness of the lithology and the geologic structure were present. And you can see on this figure, this is some of the output from the AEM data. And it's measuring the resistance, the resistivity of the lithologic materials, basically the sands, silts and clays and gravels in the subsurface. The red and orange are the more coarse-grained materials, and the darker greens and blues are clays typically. The measurements can be affected, I should say, are affected by the water quality. If you have saline water, it turns the resistivity blue. It's very conductive. So you have to know a little bit about the lithology to determine whether or not that blue you're seeing, as in this figure, is from the lithologic materials alone or whether it's being affected by the water quality. But what's interesting about this line, if you see the inset figure, it's in the area just south of the fault zone. And you can see a couple of faults in this that we've mapped. You can also see the black line is the depth of approximate depth of investigation. You can see deeper than that, but but the data is less certain. So that's why that line is there. And you can see with this, let's see, it's 2,400 down to about 1,200. So we're seeing close to 1,000 feet in this area, but as you see where there's clay, the depth of investigation is less deep, and that's what happens. It ends up, because it's conductive, it's harder to see through. And the other feature here is you can see a sand body that's basically got a clay from keeping the water moving. So that's an interesting zone to be looking at for production as well as potentially recharge. So that pretty well wraps up that slide. So moving on to 8 now. So what would AEM, what we would call infill, look like? I already mentioned this. Ideal spacing is around 250 meters, and we used 1 kilometer to 2 kilometer spacing. We used we used the 1 kilometer spacing basically because at the time we were talking with DRI before we did this survey, and they said they were having trouble calibrating a model in that area. And so we thought, well, maybe if we get a little better density of data there, we can help them with that. And we did, of course, see this fault zone. This was nothing new, by the way. I mean, this fault zone had been mapped before, but it didn't seem to be accounted for in the model. So this just helped provide further data on that. For the AEM infill, I don't know if many of you know it, but I am actually working with EWR as a contractor for Rambo on the statewide AEM surveys, and we've talked to them about it. And even though this has already been mapped, it was not mapped by the state, and the state would be willing to do some infill work as part of this because they're doing all the other high priority and medium priority basins, and that includes the critically overdrafted basins. And so they'd be willing to do some work for us on this basin. We're not sure when that could be because they're primarily focused on the Central Valley, but we're hoping that could happen before too long. And so some of the things would be focusing perhaps on these 2 green areas where we would like to know a little better how continuous those zones are, and maybe be able to tell us a little bit more about what the lithology looks like. Also could look at some of the tributary canyons to assess the alluvium's thickness. And then also could look at and that could be throughout the basin, by the way, not just in the El Paso area. Could also look at the boundary between the Rose Valley and the Indian Wells Valley. That's another place where we'd like to better understand how much is coming into the basin. Again, so this will help us understand how continuous some of the groundwater producing lithology is and the potential for recharge in the area. And again, this has depth limitations, and that's why we look at both the seismic, which should be able to tell us about bedrock if the quality of the data is good enough and we can reprocess it, and the AEM focus more on the shallower materials and can tell us a little bit more about actually the lithology than AEM can. So then moving to the next slide. So updating the hydrogeologic conceptual framework. So this is a 3D computer model representation of the geologic structure and the hydrogeologic units comprising the aquifer system. And it's based on the data all the data we could get in this basin, which consists of the well completion reports. We did some quality screening of those because they are compiled largely by drillers, and they have well construction, lithology, groundwater level, total depth, rear drilled, and a lot of them have sort of the initial well yield based on a short-term pump test or aquifer testing. Then groundwater level data, total dissolved solids data, of the groundwater quality, the AEM data, the existing seismic data. Basically, for the seismic data, it was qualitative. It was more sort of a visual analysis, and then geologic and soil maps, digital elevation model, and aerial photography. And once supplemental data from seismic reflection surveys and AEM infill have been obtained, then we would use that to update the model, and then use that provided as a basis for exploratory area selection. And for the exploratory area drilling, we propose exploratory test well pilot borings in 2 to 3 areas of interest, again, which would be, this is slide 10, I'm sorry. I'll slow down a little bit. So we're now on slide 10, so exploratory test well pilot borings and 2 to 3 areas of an interest, and with test wells and performance of geophysical logging and a constant rate aquifer pumping test. And these aquifer pumping tests would be done for a number of days, not for a number of hours, so we could really test things. These there would be monitoring wells paired with the test wells, and we'd also propose to put one of the test well locations near the existing monitoring wells, especially that new one, EP1, where we know it's pretty good. It's been pretty well defined and characterized. And if we could get 2 wells, get a response in 2 wells, that would be ideal for different directions. And most of these test wells would likely be completed in the northern half of the basin, just based on existing data, but that could change depending on what we saw with the seismic data and the AEM data. And then we'd also recommend 2 to 3 monitoring well locations in the southern area, one at the topographic high, and then 2 south of that to better understand that area and whether that topographic divide is a groundwater divide, and whether the groundwater may be contributing all to the north area of the basin because of the flow going that way. And the construction of those new monitoring wells, again, would be proposed to be performed by DWR under the TSS program. And what this would get us is aquifer characteristics at a few locations, including hydrologic conductivity, transmissivity, and the storage coefficient. So we'd have a better idea of what the aquifer is made of. We'd also know what the system looks like in terms of depth with this information. And I think that's my last slide, and I will turn it over to Dave. And then I guess we'll take questions at the end because we've only got a couple more slides to go through, if that's okay with everybody.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, thanks a lot, Tim. So let's skip on to slide 12, which is the first of 2 slides for this little flow chart, the roadmap for the project. One thing I want to point out before we get too deep into this is that this whole thing is the purpose of this is to define the geometry of the basin and define areas within the basin that show some kind of promise regarding water quality and potential yield and recharge potential for in the area, generally to expand our overall understanding of the area and what the characteristics of the aquifer are. So this flow chart is really just sort of an expansion and a different way of looking at the general approach that Tim has been talking about. The first item we have, along with some very, very rough costs that we put together, ranges for costs for each one of these items. The first item that you'll recall Tim talked about is the seismic reflection survey data where we're estimating $100,000 to $150,000 to do that, to obtain that data and reprocess it. The second block is to perform the aerial electromagnetic survey infill data. We're not anticipating any cost for that because we are anticipating that the Department of Water Resources will fund that. Was there a question? Did I hear a question?
I have a couple questions, but we were going to wait until you guys were done with your presentation.
All right. Taking the AEM infill data and the seismic reflection survey data that are obtained in the previous two steps and updating the model at a cost of approximately $20,000 to $25,000, using the updated model to identify 3 to 4 potential areas for exploratory drilling. Then another step that Tim didn't talk about, but is something that will definitely need to be done, is identify all the public and private landowners and permitting requirements that will be needed to put together the exploratory drilling project in the desired areas, and doing the environmental review. And we're estimating somewhere between $300,000 and $500,000 for that. And then proceeding to construct the monitoring wells in the south area and at the topographic grade break, $350,000 to $500,000 each. These are just for the monitoring wells only. Now, the second part of the flow chart here is for each one of the desired areas that have been selected in the previous step using the updated model. So this process here will be done several times. The first block shows drilling of the pilot bore, and in the pilot bore you can perform your basic geophysical logging, zone production testing, and water quality evaluation. We're estimating about $600,000 to $750,000 for that. If after doing those analyses in the pilot bore you have favorable lithology, good zone yield, and good water quality, you would proceed to drill the monitoring well, a nearby monitoring well if needed. There's another little decision block there whether you're in the north area or not. And the reason that's there is because if you're in the north area, you will not need to be drilling a new monitoring well because that test bore is going to be drilled fairly close to that EP1 monitoring well, the new DWR monitoring well that Tim mentioned. So there will already be a good monitoring well in place. Proceeding on then, after drilling the monitoring well, re-encase and develop the well from the pilot bore at a cost of about $600,000 to $750,000. Perform the constant rate aquifer testing that Tim mentioned, $60,000 to $100,000. And then evaluate the yield and aquifer characteristics and prepare a report for that area, $40,000 to $60,000 approximately. Backing up to after drilling the pilot bore and doing a preliminary geophysical logging, if you do not have favorable lithology, you do not have good zone yield, you do not have good water quality, convert the pilot bore to a monitoring well at a cost of $250,000 to $350,000, leaving it in place for future use. And then consider options, which might include abandoning that area or it might include drilling another pilot bore, depending on what kind of funding you can get and depending on the exact nature of the data that you obtained during the pilot bore study. And finally, we have a table of rough planning level cost estimates for each of these general steps. The remote sensing, and most of these were covered in the previous spreadsheet, although these are framed a little bit differently. The remote sensing survey data, $100,000 to $150,000, updating the model, $20,000 to $25,000, environmental review, permitting, properties acquisition, $300,000 to $500,000. Each test well, $1.2 million to $1.5 million. That includes the pilot bore and the casing and monitoring wells, $350,000 to $500,000. The aquifer testing and data analysis for each area, $60,000 to $100,000. and report preparation for each area, $40,000 to $60,000. These are unit costs, not overall total project costs. The total project cost will depend, of course, on how many of these desired areas we decide to go into and explore with test drilling. So that's the last of our slides, and Tim and I are ready to take whatever questions you have.
Okay, this is Chuck Griffin. I have a couple questions for you. Tim, looking at the green areas, the alluvial fans, I think it was page 26 on ours. I don't know what page it was on yours. Could you give us a reference as to where on the highway? It appears to me that's around Dove Springs. Is that correct?
That'd be slide 5.
Yeah, it's page 25 on ours, I believe. Is that correct? Yeah.
Tim, you might be muted.
Slide 5.
Oh, you're right. Thank you, Dave. Sorry, embarrassing. But I do that sometimes. So, are you talking about maybe slide 5, Chuck?
Tim, ours are numbered different. It says 25 on ours.
Yeah, Tim, I think he is talking about slide 5.
Yeah, I think that's maybe a little bit north of Dove Springs. So.
Okay, so it is a little bit north of Dove Springs. That's what it was looking like to me. I have a couple other things. As far as the existing well that was just drilled, you guys were referencing that for a monitoring well. Would that not be on the other side of the topographical divide? If we went below the Dove Springs point, or would we not want to look at that area?
No, that would be north of it. So if you look at, it's hard to reference the slides, but if you look at the slide, so I'm wondering, do you not see the slide numbers in the on the diagrams in the right-hand corner?
We're different. I have slide number 25.
What's the title?
Okay.
Of the slide?
Yeah, give him the title.
The title is AEM Infill.
Look at the slide titled General Approach. Let's look at that one.
General approach.
Which, okay.
Okay, and the question was, so the previous, I think it's the previous slide actually shows the location. Yeah, skip back one slide. It doesn't have the green areas, but it does show the topographic divide, right? It's that red dotted line.
Yes.
And then you move down and you can see that's actually about where that not far from the seismic line. You can also look at the drainages and see the difference in the area. That green area is off that large divide, that large drainage area, right?
Correct.
So the topographic divide south of that.
Okay, so what did you guys decide below the topographic divide? Hey, what's your opinion on that? Because what I guess the question I'm trying to get at is, if we did this, would it be considered new water by DWR?
Yeah, the consensus between legal counsel and I, Jim, is that no, it's not new water because it's all contained within the Bulletin 118 basin, and it's part of the storage estimate and sustainable yield in the groundwater sustainability plan. So there wouldn't be any new water, but it would help us better estimate actually how much water's there and whether or not it's underestimated or overestimated.
Okay.
Which is important to know.
Okay, and then a
It
couple of my other
also-
concerns
oh,
are,
sorry, Chet.
you mentioned the test pumping. In my opinion, some of the wells that are out there now were not test pumped and developed correctly. So my concern is using those for monitoring wells. What's your guys' thoughts on that? Because I believe they were just airlifted. I don't even know that a lot of them got test pumped, some of the monitoring wells that are out there. So what's your theory on that or thoughts?
Well, you know, there may not be as much communication, but there'd be communication, and it might affect our overall results, but it would give us a good idea of what's going on. It's more important. Development's more important as long as it's not blocked. Development's more important for performance of a well.
Okay.
If you get my meaning, because you know if things are connected, you're going to see a response.
Yeah, I understand that. I was just concerned with even TDSs and, you know, I mean, if we're sending a spinner or something down, and are we going to get accurate readings because of the way the well was developed?
President Griffin, Chuck Krieger.
Yes.
I think if I can elaborate on what Tim said, if a well is poorly developed, then it's not that efficient in allowing water to enter the well. But over time, the same water surface will be surface will be shown, even if it takes a little bit longer for it to equalize. So, what we're looking for really in the monitoring wells is what we call a piezometric surface, or the water surface. We don't really pump it too much. We don't look at flow too much. We just look pretty much where the water level is. And quality is always a concern with a monitoring well because, again, monitoring wells are stagnant, so you can have different manifestations of water quality than you would have in a pumping well. So it's really basically seeing what the water level is and ignoring how efficient the well is with regard to development and flow through the gravel pack and the screen.
Okay.
This is Dave again. One other thing to keep in mind is we are recommending that, with one exception, basically, that for each one of the test drills, if appropriate, a monitoring well be installed along with it, so that a new monitoring well where the drilling and developing can all be controlled, and we can have more confidence in it. So the one main exception where we don't think that would be necessary would be the test well up in that northerly area, which would be drilled near the vicinity of that EP1 monitoring well, the recent one that was done by DWR, which should be pretty reliable.
Okay. My last question, as far as getting the state back involved to do the mapping, what would be the requirements the district would need to do to move forward with that, requesting that?
Well, I think you just need to talk to or maybe put together a letter or some sort of a statement to the state, even an email. I mean, I'm in direct contact with them weekly, with weekly meetings, and we brought this up, and they said, yes, we'd be willing to do some infill. And so it's really a matter of getting on the schedule, and I think they're hoping to get the San Joaquin Valley pretty well flown next year. I'm not sure that we could piggyback on something out of Kern, but it'd be worth, you know, if there is an interest in the district moving forward with this, it'd be worth talking to them about that and see whether or not we could do something like that. Because with these AEM surveys, there's always a huge mobilization cost to get the helicopter there and the equipment and get the equipment assembled and everything put together. So if you can hop on some existing plan, you avoid that MOB fee, so.
Okay, thank you.
Tim, you can work with staff to put together that application though, correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it an application. I think, you know, just a sort of an intent or a request and explain the overall program that we've put together in terms of exploring this area and explain the importance of this area to the overall basin and the fact that there isn't a lot of data out here to understand, you know, how much water's in storage there or the overall water quality. So,
And your recommendation also is to do that in the other end by Rose Valley too, correct? Or did we-
yeah, I think, yeah, you know, one of the things I know I know we've had some discussions about the GA earlier. One of the things we would want to do is, and we got some emails from Steve Johnson today that indicated their support for this. We'd want to get them to be supportive of this. If they were opposing it, it could cause some delays and just, you know, consternation on the part of DWR. But if we go in there with support, then that would be a much better picture. And it sounds like they would be willing to support it. So.
Okay, good.
This is Director Boyd. Question for Tim, or maybe Dave. The data we've received from the EP1 well, how did that compare to the local areas surveyed by the AEM system?
You know, I can answer that actually while we were doing that, and I can send you some follow-up information. I did a couple of, I pulled out a couple of sections to look at, and it compared reasonably well with the lithology that we saw coming out of the well.
And you mentioned, that, Tim, you also mentioned that there were a couple of surprises in the area. I think the green areas were a surprise to you. Did I understand that correctly?
No, I didn't mean to convey that, but I think the areas, well, to tell you the truth, I was surprised there wasn't more coarse-grained areas like that in this area, but it seems to have a lot more silt and clay based on the AEM surveys. But then again, we've got pretty wide spacing and not a lot of control data out there in terms of lithology to look at. So, but these coarse-grained areas look promising.
Can the AEM data give us any idea of the permeability of the soil?
You really need lithologic data to get a better idea on that. I mean, you know, it can look coarse-grained and be cemented. It can be coarse-grained and have clay filling it. So it's a site-specific thing, and that's why you really need to drill. That's the bottom line. You need to drill holes and do tests to really tell, unfortunately. And you know, the cost of well supplies and labor has gone up about 30% since the pandemic. So it's not getting cheaper.
And the last question I have is, do you have any ideas on things that we could do to help us understand what the flow from El Paso into the main basin is?
Yeah, you know, we could try a tracer test. We could try some different aquifer testing within that area. Those are kind of the two key things. We could also do a different type of geophysics, but I think, you know, to really tell, you know, designing some sort of a tracer test might be the way to go. We've got time, you know, I mean, you could release a tracer and see how it moves through those monitoring wells or a couple of those monitoring wells over a long period of time, months. And that would give us a better idea.
Thank you.
This is Director Rotora. One of the things I didn't hear you mention is the potential use of the CBs. Was that intentional or what, may I ask?
It wasn't really something I was thinking about because of it seems like there is some indication of some support from DWR to help this basin because of all the challenges. So the CBs can continue to drill other monitoring wells. They have some depth limitations is the other thing. Getting down to 1,000 feet is typically, I think, from what I can recall, sort of one of their limitations. They didn't drill all the 2,000 footers out in the basin, you know that, right? So these depth-specific monitoring wells are sometimes better put in by a larger rig with more capacity and power.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, any comments from the public?
Don Decker. I guess this is directed to the board, and Tim may have some comments. The one thing that is missing from this plan is a careful look at what we already know about the El Paso Basin and incorporate what we learned out of EP1. And before one really gets serious about, spending a lot of money, we need to know what we already know. And I don't know, Tim, whether you've written a report to the board about EP1. I wrote a report which I intended to be a report to the TAC, which has never met over EP1, which is I think a big mistake. But nevertheless, the EP1 in a lot of ways was a unfortunate end to what it could have been. The collapse of the lower 500 feet or so was unfortunate, actually unnecessary also. But we do have what we have. The lithology of EP1 needs to be understood more carefully, I think, than what has been talked about up to this point. The clay that's in EP1 is fairly high in organics. It's basically lake bed sediment. And the fines you were talking about, Tim, are a result of a Pleistocene impoundment there, or at least slow-moving water that created an environment that we see in that clay. A similar clay was observed in BR1 in the shallower part of BR1. Mostly BR1 was in ever-increasing cemented material, and finally, I don't remember the exact depth, it was around 1,400 feet, we were in continental sediment. That means Ricardo Miocene sediments. And that same sediment horizon will be underneath virtually all of the El Paso Basin. That is the bedrock. It's not basalt. So I think we need to write down, and I think we need to get together as a TAC and talk about what we know and what we think we know, and get some of that understanding written down before we start spending a lot of money on much of anything. The other comment I have in regard to SkyTem, the thing that's missing from the SkyTem is an understanding of what the limitations with depth actually are. the original SkyTem data that was successful and was useful to the Danes was all basically under 100 feet. And what SkyTem is doing is it's a ground penetrating radar project. The thing that's different, of course, is the portability using the helicopter. But there are lots of us that have been doing radar and its variants for decades who understand exactly how the SkyTem data limitations come about, and it needs to be stated what they are, so that the numbers so that the qualitative discoveries actually make more sense. I guess that's kind of what I wanted to say, and I realize that our water board here has got a longer evening ahead of it, and we probably should not spend too much time on this. There's a lot of technical things that could be discussed that this is not the place for.
If I could just briefly respond, Don, appreciate your comments, and I may not have gone into detail on it, but that's what I mean by saying updating the hydrogeologic conceptual framework. And I didn't mention EP1, but that of course could be part of that, and I'd certainly welcome getting the TAC input on updating that. But I think actually identifying bedrock and when I say bedrock, I'm talking about Sierra Nevada and consolidated sediments. The depth of those two would be very helpful for understanding the overall geometry of the area. And I think we can do that with seismic. It's not cheap, but it's a lot cheaper than drilling holes, is the way I look at it. And if it works, it could really help us with the geometry and then a better estimate of the water in that area. And with respect to the AM, I'm not sure why you're calling it radar. It's electromagnetics, which is a little different, but yeah, there are limitations. There's resolution of layers. There is water quality impacts. And in fact, the upper 100 feet, you get better resolution deeper than that because of the way the equipment works. But and it's not just the Danes that have developed this, although the work that was done in the basin was by a Danish founded company called SkyTem. So no, I'm with you on that as well, Don. So thanks for your comments.
Thank you, Don. Any other public comments? Okay, anything else from the board? Okay, thank you guys for your report. We appreciate it. We're sure we'll be asking questions in the future. There's no action needed on this, correct?
Only if
Thanks,
the board
Chuck.
desires to give direction for taking further action. Or would you like to sit on it for a month and come back?
I would like to talk about it and think about it.
Okay. Okay.
A lot of information.
Yep. Okay, so we're going back to the general manager report. Well, 33 update.
Yes. All right, well 33. Well, I plan to report what I had reported at the Plant and Equipment Committee meeting, but I got an email at 5:15 today, and we now have a change in schedule. So originally, we were going to be doing the sand invasion survey on the 18th, and they were going to be up here doing work with the Brackish Water Group also, so we're going to be able to save some money on some mobilization costs. But Don may not know this yet. They've had another supply chain delay in getting the what they need, the tubing assembly, custom tubing assembly for their work in Inyakern. So it's going to be after Thanksgiving before they're able to get that done. So we have to decide whether we want to pay them a little more money to mobilize still on the 18th, or we want to go ahead and do it after Thanksgiving, along with their work in Inyakern. So we will talk about that tomorrow internally and see what we want to do. I'll move along if there aren't any other questions. We haven't received our reimbursement yet from Cal OES. We're waiting for one more check. It's been almost 2 months since that was submitted, but knowing the state and their delays these days with payments, that's probably not too bad. Hopefully we'll get it here soon. I'll probably wait a month and start bugging them about it, in December, and see what the status is on the payment. But otherwise, we're all done with everything with Cal OES, with paperwork and stuff. The booster station project is out to bid. We had a pre-bid job block, I guess you would call it, last week before last. I was losing track of time. We have our bid opening on November 17th. We had a good turnout for that one, and then the next day we had one for the tanks project, with the bid opening is also on the 18th, and we had a good turnout for both projects, so hopefully we'll get some good bids for both of those. And that's all I have.
Ty?
Through October of 2021, we had actual revenues received of $6 million, which is $428,000 over budget. Expenditures were $5.9 million, which was also $428,000 over budget. So our net currently is a positive $118,445, which is $800 better than budget. So we're tracking right along with budget. Also, as far as the delinquent accounts, that would be subject to lock-off. We had a decrease of 102 accounts down to 258, but the amount outstanding only decreased by $1,200. So fewer accounts, but increases for each of those accounts.
What is that amount now, Ty?
So the amount is $236,000.
Okay.
Let's see. For solar, for October, we had a guaranteed savings of $43,000, but we came in at $37,884, with the caveat that we don't have any information right now on well 33. We reached out to NG but haven't heard back yet. They typically finalize the numbers and send those out on the 15th, so we expect to see a finalized number on well 33 production at that time. And so for the fiscal year, we have a savings of $170,764. And for conservation, for the, for the calendar year, we have 125 water waste reports received and 125 contacts made, 9 formal warnings issued, and 2 penalties.
Thank you. Jason?
For the SCADA system, the district is still working with ATSI going over the site acceptance test for wells 11, 13, 35, and arsenic plant 1. I still have hope that we'll be able to present the final product to the board in December, though the hope is a little bit less than last month. There are some outstanding items that they're working on, high-speed counters, time syncing, and historian backup. Time syncing is a critical issue. As far as databases go, it can cause the database to crash if timestamps don't match up. So they're working on it. The arsenic treatment plants, for last month, Plant 1 did 5,247,000 gallons. Plant 2 did 10,354,000 gallons. As hopefully you remember last month, I said that the district did get a proposal from Pure Flow as far as replacing the under drains. That proposal included the district reinstalling the media. We've reached out to Pure Flow and asked for a different price for them to reinstall the media. We want them to guarantee that it's installed correctly.
Are those still being used, the arsenic plants?
They're both being used.
When do you normally turn those off?
Normally turn them off in October, but with everything going on with the SCADA system, we're trying to keep them on so that we can continue testing.
All right, thanks.
For the month of October in operations, we did 11 repairs and 31 replacements on laterals. 84 valves were turned, bringing our year-to-date to 628. And no-des ran 9 times for a savings of 72,450 gallons, bringing our grand total to 8,330,000 and 315 gallons saved.
Thank you. Is there any public comments on Ty, Renee, or Jason's reports? Okay. All right, we'll go to board comments and future agenda items.
I would just like to reiterate that I believe everybody on the board is getting the GA board packet. Hopefully it'll come out tomorrow. If you have any thoughts, ideas, concerns about the 2022 GA budget, please send an email to Director St. Amand and myself, and we will try to inject that into the discussion at the GA meeting.
The packet came out at 7:30 tonight.
Oh, okay. Well, you can defer to, you still can defer till tomorrow morning if you
Okay.
want. I don't want anybody staying up all night looking at the GA budget. Thank you, Don.
No, I-
Appreciate that input.
Good idea. I don't have anything to.
Director Boyd. I just want to say thanks again to staff for all the hard work, especially this weekend and the public interactions, and I'm glad things went well. Had a question for Ty. Do you plan to use that $800 as a goal for improvement in the future, or maybe 400 next month? Or
We can go for 900 next time.
thank you.
Earlier, the supply chain issues all over the place, they're even affecting some of our operations. I've heard government officials at the federal level hint that not only is food going to be going up this holiday season in terms of price and down in availability, they're kind of suggesting that that isn't going to go away anytime soon. So I'd recommend, while you still can afford food, that you might want to put about 30 days away. The California Office of Emergency Services actually recommends that same period of time as well. That doesn't have to be expensive. You don't have to rush out and buy MREs. I don't recommend that unless you think you're going to have to walk from here to somewhere else. Those are expensive, and they don't store very well unless you're very careful. You can get a large bag of rice, a large bag of beans, and you can eat very well off of that. So I recommend it highly. It's better to have that than not. And by the way, I do not have any food at my house. There's no stores there, so just take care of yourself, please. Thank you.
What was the recommended water per day to store?
Well, in terms of emergencies, I presume the water district will be continuing to provide water, but if there were to be another earthquake, which there will be at some point on the San Andreas, for purposes of cooking and eating only, it's about a gallon per person per day. And I'd say if you have a pet, throw in a gallon there. So if you have 2 adults and 2 kids and a Chihuahua, go ahead and say 5 gallons a day. Estimate you want to keep at least a week's worth of water in the house, not in the garage. Don't buy the little milk jug waters. Get something a little more substantial than that. Do not drink the water from your pool. Do not drink the water from your hot tub. If you don't get sick, I'll be surprised, and if it poisons you, I won't be surprised. Well, hot tub and pool water is good for flushing your toilet, and it's good for washing your hands, but it's not for cooking and it's not for drinking. Thank you.
Can I give it to my chickens and my pigs and my goats?
Okay, and I just have one comment. Or two comments, actually. I want to thank the public again. Thank you for staying with us. It's 9 o'clock. And then I do have a conflict that I did not notice, so I want to declare that I do have a conflict. Item E, I will be abstaining and not joining on closed session, so. And at that, we will adjourn the meeting at 8:59.
And reconvene.
You guys need 10 minutes? 15 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay, 9:10, we'll
See you, Don. See you, Judy.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay, it's 9:57. Let's call the meeting back to order in open session. Mr. Zadibo, did you have anything to report?
I do. Board met with staff. No action was taken, which required disclosure under the Brown Act.
Thank you. We will adjourn this meeting. Yeah, because now I got to go get something to eat.